Commission meeting to order, December 10th. First thing on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Commissioner Lee if he would lead us in that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. The agenda's good.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the agenda, set the agenda for December 10th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, move and second the agenda be set for today. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Like to welcome everyone here. We got a big turnout. Welcome Rich High. Are we going to learn something today, or are we just
I just like to be out of class. So. I told him it'd probably be boring.
Yeah, this
They're
might be worse than class.
This is our budget day, so
We're not going to make it to the budget. Sorry.
beware. Okay, and welcome everyone else also. Okay, first up on the agenda is Rick.
Good morning.
Come on up and
I didn't know it was gonna be, or did we just stand right here at the fence, or?
Just come right up here and sit at a chair. In fact, we ought to move some
Yeah,
of
let's-
those chairs up there.
I'll hand one of these out, gentlemen, take. This is out of Casper, Wyoming. Name of my business is Bear River Media Group, and it is in the infancy of infancy.
What is it again?
Bear River Media Group LLC. And I'm still waiting for the Secretary of State of Wyoming to get all my LLC paperwork back to me. So this is infancy of infancy in the beginning. And what this is, it is a nationwide franchise weekly tabloid. The best way I can describe it is, give me a second to get some readers on here. We can. So it's not a newspaper. It's it doesn't carry, it doesn't carry any current events. It's not an opinion paper carrying, political or social commentary. It doesn't carry any offensive or serious controversial news. Nothing that, like children and families cannot read. So what my question is once you get into advertising, it gets a little bit, some people say it's kind of like exempt. And what I'm here for is to see if I can, what I need to do to purchase a business license. Whether I'm exempt or not exempt, I mean, a business license is $50. So it's not gonna break, anything. I just wanna make sure that I'm legal. This is a franchise. I purchased Uena County, Lincoln County, Wyoming, and Rich County, Utah. So, like I say, I'm waiting for the Secretary of State to get all the stuff back, but I'm having people tell me that I don't need to have a business license to do this because advertising is, I guess, somewhat exempt. But then I feel like if I'm going to be approaching businesses, then, not soliciting, but asking if they'd like to.
One of the probably the question we need to ask, you would be exempt if the county had a policy or an ordinance that says advertising is exempt as a business. So it would actually be controlled by the county,
Okay.
By county. So even though, there is, it's very similar to like church organizations or 501c3s. That's actually set up by the county as an ordinance that they allow them to be exempt. The state has its own thing. I don't know that we have an ordinance that deals with just advertising as a newspaper. So at this point in time, you very well could qualify as exempt, but we probably had to have some discussion and have a review by our legal counsel to make sure that I'm not saying you're not exempt, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying I don't know that, we have an ordinance that clarifies that for us.
Right.
So, I'm glad you was able to present this to us. So, repeat again, so it's more, is it more about advertising and just small articles about different
Yeah,
things as
just
I read through it?
little, off-the-wall stories, different things like that. It is a free publication, which then kicks it back into the advertising of being free.
Free, okay.
Because, you know, I do have the expense of, putting it together.
Well, and that's the other thing is, if it's actually free, and you would be, if you were selling it, it would be a different ballgame.
Right.
But where it is free, you probably are exempt from a business license because it's distributed and is you're not being compensated within the county.
Well, I would be approaching businesses for their advertising.
Well, but that's between you and the businesses.
Okay.
You know, that's the thing, that would be between you and the businesses, so, I don't know whether that takes you into a different thing. Is it any different than providing a service, like a business providing a service to someone? I don't know, I think probably what we ought to do is defer this until our next commission meeting, but you won't need to attend,
Okay.
to make a final decision on whether you do need a business license or not. You continue to do your, you continue to get your things in place for
Okay.
it. Let's review it with our legal counsel and see just kind of where this falls into, and then we'll give you a notification, but you won't need to come back.
Okay.
And we can make a decision, yes or no, in our next commission meeting. Like you say, it would be a $50 license either anyway, so, it's just kind of something we haven't had to deal with before. Let me just put it that way.
Rick, I have a question. So
Sure.
is it gonna be just like this, just with local advertising?
Right.
Same-
So I purchased Union County, Wyoming, Evanston, Cameron, Rich County, and Lincoln County, and it'll be local businesses through these three counties
How often is it
weekly.
Okay, and like on like a rack and like stores?
Yes.
Okay. Just wondering.
And, yeah, so being from Evanston and family came here in like 1836 or something. I try to tell people that all the Bear River Draw is a small town with long streets, you know. So by
Yeah.
the time you get to Garden City and Cokeville, it's like it's all one little town, so.
So up here, will this have your name and contact
It will.
information?
Yep, I do have a card too that I can leave behind. I
I'm just
just-
wondering when people get it.
Like I say, I'm right in the middle of the infancy stage of this.
Yeah,
So I don't really want to get it out like I am in business, so.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
yeah, like Bill was saying, I don't think there's any barrier. We just haven't dealt with this before, so.
Okay.
It's not like we're gonna
And
get in your way or anything.
$50 is nothing, you know,
Yeah,
so I just wanna make sure I'm legal.
We just want to make sure
What we do is,
what we do is consistent with our ordinances. so.
Okay, well, I sure appreciate your
Well,
time.
thank you for coming down.
You bet.
Making the trip down and giving us a little explanation, and we will get back to you after we consult and find out kind of where this falls.
Yeah, cause I'm finding out that advertising is kinda like its own little world.
Yeah,
It's kind of a different.
so real quick, you got Uena County, Rich County,
And Lincoln County.
Lincoln County, okay.
Yeah, from Evanston to Alpine and then Rich County to the Idaho border, so.
Yeah, that's a good group.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm still working with the state of Utah, getting all that paperwork done, the state of Wyoming, getting all that paperwork done. Trying to figure out whether I need business licenses in every town, so
okay,
all the infant stage stuff before I go out to the public. But
all right,
thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
thank you.
Thank you.
just to meet her. Thank you.
So we'll have Annalisa get a hold of you next month.
Okay.
for the month, yeah.
Okay, Darrin, come on up.
Well, I'm pretty much a continuation of the same subject, except
Okay.
digital.
Oh, yeah.
No newspaper, just everything online. So in 2012, I registered the name with the state of Utah Bear Lake Media as a DBA. And I am just looking to register with the county to do the same online advertising as the gentleman before, except I've registered the name bearlakeutah.com. And I would like to maybe just get the name, business name under that, under the domain name itself.
You'll be working out of your home?
Yeah.
Doing it out of your
mobile,
house?
yeah, just mobile, out of my truck mostly.
So, when you, in what year did you say you'd registered your,
2012?
but did you get a business license from the county then?
No,
Okay,
I did not.
okay, so,
I was going under the same as he was. It was a free, not required,
okay,
and it's been free the whole time.
okay,
Then in 2015, I registered the name Rich County News. And then in 2022, Bear Lake's official tourism information, I registered that. And then 2022, Bear Lake Digital Chamber of Commerce. So now I just want to morph it all into just bearlakeutah.com. As a digital media marketing, news and information business.
Okay.
I don't have any questions about it.
I don't either.
Okay,
Where does it fall though?
probably the same thing, right?
Yeah, so,
I don't know if you need a business license there.
Okay, second question, I got a billboard down here at the junction.
I think that's the same
Same thing.
problem, yeah, we need to figure this out.
It seemed like there was an ordinance a long time ago, but then when I went to put it up and stuff, I looked and looked, I couldn't find
We
anything.
probably need to address that so that billboards can't just pop up.
well,
Of course, I'd be grandfathered.
They'd have to be in the right zone. I don't know.
yeah, I,
I don't know.
those are questions. So, I know in the past, if you advertised with a billboard, you had to have a license. If you were advertising in the county with a billboard, you had to have a business license. So, but,
I couldn't find anything about that
yeah,
anymore.
yeah,
So
I don't know.
seemed like years ago when I was gonna do it, it was there, but then just recently.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to go back through our ordinances, like we are with Mr. Rosser, and find out where that lands, Darrin. I don't think there's an issue, it's just we've gotta decide, where, with the digital age and with, free advertising and those things, where they fall within our county ordinances for a business license, so, I don't have an answer at the moment.
Yeah, so I think the two options are gonna be, we grant you the business license or you don't need it. There's no like risk of you not getting a business license, we just need to figure out
Okay,
legally.
and then like the billboard,
Yeah,
maybe
and
you
it
might
probably
wanna
would
get
be
that.
easiest just to do that all under one business
yeah.
at the same time.
So that's what I'd like to do, I'd like to refab it, make it look nicer and
Yeah,
Okay.
more in line with.
so we can follow up, but, if we do have to grant you a business license, we can just put it on the agenda and do it without you having to come back if you don't want to.
Okay. So then
Same
just-
thing as
Yeah,
Rick
well,
Rossner.
Sorry, we're entering a whole different world here that we've not had in the past, so.
Yeah, now with
So you gonna,
AI, you don't even have to do
yeah.
anything now, you don't have to take pictures anymore.
So are you pretty firm on the bearlakeutah.com, or are you gonna come back next?
No, I don't know, I've been on chat every year, it's like, oh, a different idea, let's do this and go, but I think this bearlakeutah.com pretty much embraces everything.
Okay.
If I can get that through the state, I'm not sure, I think they'll license that .com, if not, I'll just go Bear Lake Media. the one I did a long time ago, but I'm gonna try to do the .com if I can,
Okay,
just so.
all right, maybe let us know on that because we'll want to make sure that that's, if you get a business license, we'll need to make sure that it's not
Two different
what
things.
your name is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. All right, perfect.
All right,
Thank
thanks
you
for
very
coming in
much.
there.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, is Wayne here?
Oh, we need to call him. We still need to get his number real quick.
Guess we need the phone, right?
Yeah, thanks.
I know this all kind of seems weird, but this is the public's money. That's why we have to do everything out in front of anybody who's interested. You know, it's money that we collect from, that people, you know, work hard for, and they all get a say in how it's spent and what has happened, and if they don't like the way we're doing it, they can boot us out of office and do it themselves. So that's kind of the process. It seems weird, but we just have to make sure that we're recorded and people can go back and see things, and if they have any problems, we can reference them back to where things were decided and say, next time you need to come.
Dial tone.
Wayne Miller. His information is in your packet. He has a rental.
Yeah, Wayne, this is the Rich County Commission. We're just trying to get a hold of you. We'll call you back in 15 minutes.
Okay. Randall, come on up. State your name and what you're here for, who you represent for the record.
Randall Knight, Garden City Fire District, and I'm here to talk to you about a new board member and a couple other items.
Okay.
So if you guys remember, a couple of months ago, I told you that Jane Davis was going to resign from the board. So I published the opening, and we had 3 candidates that were acceptable. Bryce Nelson, Samantha Coons, and Burke Christensen. You guys know Bryce, and I'm sure you know Samantha. She works with Mitch Poulsen. So anyway, the board selected Sam, she goes by Sam instead of Samantha, to be the replacement for Jane Davis because of her computer skills that she uses for Mitch and the Family Place and Bear Lake Monster Winter Festival. And she can jump in and post all the things that were required by the state to post on the public meeting notice. And I'm sure that your clerk knows all about that. And so she'll be appointed to be the clerk the day she starts. So I'm here for you guys to give me your permission to swear her in Monday at our meeting.
Samantha, do you have anything to say?
Nope, sounds good. I hear there's brisket involved.
Yeah, the other thing is for, I don't know, what, the last 6 years or so, we've always had 2 women on the board, and I was pleased when Samantha submitted her resume applicant so that we have at least 2 women on the board. I like to get the women's opinion on things and not just have it be a male-sided opinion. So I was really pleased when Sam stood up to the plate and said she wanted to be there.
And your board is totally in agreement with Sam?
It's a unanimous voter in.
Okay. All right, with that information and recommendation, I'd make a motion that we appoint Samantha Coons to the Bear Lake, or excuse me, to the Garden City Fire District Board.
Okay, and the question that I have about the term is because she's taken Jane's place. That would be 3 years left.
She'll fill out Jane's term.
Right, so I didn't know if she'd just go in for the 3 or if we could have her sign up for 4.
She'll just fill out, where one resigned and another is appointed, she'll fill out the 3-year term.
Yeah, that's what we planned, but if we could get the extra 4th year, we'd like to do it all one time.
Well, then that throws everything else out of whack.
Yeah.
So let's just keep it at 3, and then you'll have 2 come up.
Right.
3 years from now, and
Okay, well, that's the other half of what I want to talk to you about.
Okay, I'll second that motion, Bill.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to appoint Sam to the Fire District Board. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Okay,
Sam.
Randall, who's up next? Which members of your board are up next?
That's where I'm going next.
Okay.
Don't steal my thunder.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, so, my position and, Michael Laswell's position, come up the end of this year. And we both said that we'd like to, continue for another term of 4 years.
and as of in 2 weeks.
Yes.
You and who?
Michael Laswell.
How many terms have you served, Randall?
I've been on the board, 12 years, probably 12, 13 years. Been the board chairman for the last 8, if I remember right.
And the other one who is up this round,
Michael
Michael.
Laswell.
and how long has he been on the board?
This is the end of his 4th year. And then the other 2, Rich Schaefer and Barbara, they've already voiced that they'll want to continue another 4 years next year when their terms are up. So just give you a heads up that it looks like we should have stable board members for the next,
Barbara and who?
Rich Schaefer.
Rich Schaefer, yeah.
So will we do that today, or do we wait and do Randall and Michael next month?
I guess we could do it today.
I'd like you to do it today, and then I can swear everybody in Monday when I swear Samantha in. I can swear myself and Laswell in. I'll have Samantha swear us in after we make her the clerk.
I was wondering how you're gonna swear yourself in. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think it is nice to swap people out every now and then, but you've had, like Rich is in his first term,
Barbara's in her first term.
and now we have Sam, so I don't see a problem. And you're doing a good job as chairman, but has anyone else expressed interest in doing that?
Not with the current jobs that the other people have.
Okay.
If they weren't working full-time, basically, they would step forward. And I recommended myself last time because I knew what their personal situations were, and they voted unanimously for me to stay in the position, and they voiced the same type of feelings because I'm the one that doesn't have a life, and so I can donate it.
Yeah.
As you know, I spend a lot of time for the board. I think I've been the most forward acting board chairman that the board's ever had. So
Okay.
Yeah, a grin on
What?
Mr. Cox's face over there, so I'm gonna continue on, cause I like your personality. So, I met with Bill over at the post office and told him about standing water in that canal ditch that's in front of the lot that I purchased, that we purchased for the fire district on Sweetwater Parkway. I followed that down. It looks like the culvert going under Highway 30 is plugged. And so I talked to Bill about that, and he recommended getting hold of the UDOT. So I did that, and they're going to send a person, I think it's going to be Ben Nagus, to go and check that out and see what's causing the standing water. I stopped by Monday to see what's going on with the land, because I was asked dirt heads to spread dirt that's been put on the property to create a dam on the west side so that we don't get runoff from the west side onto our property because of evidence of flooding. And so in that sense, I went before the TRT Commission and told them about wanting to replace one of our fire trucks, 1958 brush truck, and asked them for some assistance on that, and they agreed, and so I guess it's going before you guys to authorize that sometime.
How old was that truck?
1958.
Holy cow.
Yeah, so we're trying
It's like
to,
as old as Disneyland.
typically fire departments replace their equipment every 10 years, but our budget doesn't allow us to do that, but we've been doing some since I've been on the board and on the chairman. So I think this is the last brush truck left to be upgraded. As you know, 1958, they've got maybe not a lot of hours, but, well, not a lot of miles, but a lot of hours in rough
So
territory.
you're replacing a 1950? Oh, okay, I thought you were buying one. I was
No,
like,
no,
I did
we're
not know there was a
replacing-
market for.
We're replacing it with another new, it's referred to as a T6.
They had trucks back in '58.
Yeah.
Yeah, it cost about $115,000,
So so you're funding half of it with TRT?
a little less than half.
Okay.
And so, you guys mentioned you'd help us out a little bit, so if there's any extra money, I could use it to offset a little bit of difference there, or to bring in dirt to build our lot up to 3 feet, 2 to 3 feet, to prevent further flooding.
So across the whole lot or just across the front?
We're doing the whole lot.
That'll take a lot then.
Yeah, and we're getting a lot of free dirt too, but my main concern is where the building's gonna propose to be 50 feet from the highway, and I'm looking at like 100 by 50 foot building. I'd want gravel to be brought in for that.
Sure.
And so that's where the expense would be. It'd be whatever quantity of gravel that would be. I got some bids last year, and it was going to be over $100,000 to have that dirt brought in for the whole lot, not just for that area.
How big's the lot again?
It's 1.3 acres.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a good deal on it, I think. Got some friends in Providence, they paid $200,000 for a quarter acre.
I would go ahead and make the motion to reappoint Randall and Michael Laswell for another 4-year term to the Garden City Fire District.
I'll second that.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
You're awesome, Randall.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks, Randall.
Yeah. Thanks, Bill.
See you at the post office.
Okay.
Is that where we have all our meetings?
Well, yeah, that's where me and Randall have our meetings. What's the number?
435.
757.
6328.
Please dial a
1 when dialing this number.
It's not your cell.
757-6328. I've texted him, I haven't heard from him.
Wayne Miller.
Yes, Mr. Miller, this is Commissioner Cox, and we're in commission meeting. I'm just calling on your request for a primary residence request. This is our second call. We will try you later on in our meeting. Thank you.
You probably shouldn't approve that without some public statement from him, right? He's provided all the information, but you probably need him on record saying that he's renting that property.
Well, we probably ought to follow up with we've got one thing on here, we've got his, but we probably ought to follow up with our assessor and see if, in fact, it's that straightforward.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with his contract showing that it's being rented and granting it now, but when he wants back taxes, that's.
Oh, is he asking for that?
He wants to recoup.
Yeah, he would
Got
like,
it.
he would
Okay.
like his back taxes, and so we probably need to follow up with the assessor and find out what documentation he's ever provided or has not provided, before we do any, refund of his back taxes, so.
Yeah, we're ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So you want him,
I think we'll just try randomly throughout the day.
Try him again when we got a minute.
Probably give up after one, if he doesn't respond by lunchtime.
You think we ought to shoot a text to Kim and have her give us a ring when she's got a minute? Or not?
Maybe we can try to contact her over lunchtime. I don't know where she's at, what she's doing, so. I think she's still in assessor school, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, that puts us.
Anybody did you read the minutes?
I have read the minutes. I don't know if John
Did
has
you
or
read the
not. I've
minutes,
also
Sam?
looked at these
I haven't.
answers.
But I can read very quickly.
We do need to amend some minutes from back in February sometime. There was some board appointments to the Trails Board, but that's. Hello?
Yeah, this is Wayne. You guys called me. I apologize. I thought it was a scam, so I apologize for the commission meeting.
Okay.
We're kind of scam.
So we have you on the agenda that you have been taxed at a primary or as a secondary residence, and you provided some documentation here that you're actually renting the property and you have a rental agreement here. So you're requesting your status to be changed from a primary or a secondary residence to a primary residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we're showing that you're renting. You have a rental. You've rented it all of 25, right?
Yeah, I've had it since about 21, actually.
Okay. But as of 25, it's been continually renting. The reason I asked that is, your commencement date on here shows that 5/17 of 25.
Correct.
Who was renting it between January and May?
I have another rental agreement I provided that shows that they were in there for about 4 years. There should be 2 documents there.
Okay, so was there a gap in the period between them and this,
Maybe a month.
all right. What's the address, Wayne, of your property?
$135 South Bear Lake Boulevard.
Oh, right here. Did we lose you, Wayne?
Hello?
He's gone.
Are you there, Wayne?
Yeah, sorry about that. Got disconnected.
Yeah, okay. So this is at 135 South Bear Lake Boulevard then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, with that, I would make a motion that we go ahead and grant the primary, or the primary exemption to this piece of property for 2025.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, have a motion on the table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Have you paid the taxes on this, under the secondary? Okay.
Yes.
I would also make a motion that we, refund you the taxes between, the difference between a primary and a secondary residence for 2025.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, think we got that taken care of. As we move forward here, Wayne, for 2026, it should be a secondary property, or a primary residence property.
Thank you very much, Council.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Can I ask a question about that?
No. Are you on the agenda, Randall?
No,
Your time is up. Your stopwatch quit.
Well, I thought
Go
it was,
ahead.
be open for a public comment too.
It's not supposed to, but we'll let you.
Well, just for clarification, it seems strange that a rental property would be a primary residence.
Well, if it's rented long term.
Yeah,
It's gotta be a long-term rental, 6 months or more.
sure.
And the reason they done that is so that, as people build rentals, for housing, like in Garden City, for example, if they would, you know, there's lots of places over there, if they would do long-term rental, it'd certainly solve a lot of problems for housing. And so that's kind of an incentive that if you rent your property, then you can go ahead and get a primary residence, because whether that person that's renting it has their own home or they're living in your home, they're a primary resident. And so that's why they allow that basically they extend that to primary or to rental properties.
Yeah,
So
it's good to have an incentive to try to get some.
Right,
long-term rental.
right, and you know, that's the thing. I mean, it's a lot different than, you know, well, I'm only gonna rent it for 3 days this week or whatever. So that's why and it's a state exemption. It's not something that we in the county say, well, we'll do that for rental. It's across the state.
Okay, well, that's good. I don't know if it's public information that people know about that.
Okay, Mitch?
I'm really early. Is
Yeah.
that okay?
Yeah, you're up.
You're kind of shocking us that you're this early.
Well, he has his public hearing, so that's gonna have to be at 11:30.
Yeah.
After his first meeting.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay.
So first things first, you know, and I'm not really sure why I'm even, Mitch Poulsen, I'm the planning administrator in the county. I'm not sure why I'm really got in the middle of this. I'm kind of the messenger today. If you guys will recall, last month we discussed potentially annexing. You know, there was a discrepancy between maps that have been given to us by the state and what the county thought was their jurisdiction versus what the city thought. Your guidance was that I should get with Kaya and talk to her about what is actually annexed and what's not. When we went and talked to Kaya, she started looking up these properties around the ones that we were discussing, and she's like, nope, hasn't been annexed, nope, hasn't been annexed. And it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so that's what's outlined in red, just those are the properties that we identified that have not been annexed, and I'm going, just stop. Well, I mean, we don't need to go any further, we know it's kind of an issue. I talked with Mike Leonhardt this morning, and he said that they have already talked with the city council, and they are moving forward with annexing quite a bit of property down in this area, even more so than just what I have outlined in red. So essentially, this is moving forward. They are taking an active role in annexing it. We'll be moving forward on that. Their attitude is annexation is a very difficult thing to do, and they don't want to just annex a couple of properties, so they're going to make it kind of worth their while.
It is a big process.
Right.
So is that Bear Lake Laundry already part of Garden City?
These two right here,
Yeah.
those have been annexed, and so
Okay.
they're part of Garden City.
So is this other big part, is it on the edge or is it an island?
Which other big part are you talking about?
The whole big part.
Yeah, so when I talked to Mike this morning, they are talking about annexing, I believe it's clear down here and over and then up. And then the highway will be the boundary. They won't be crossing over the highway. So it's a fair amount of property.
So is the biggest hurdle the landowners? Do they get a say in whether they are annexed or not?
I'm sure they do get a say.
Yeah, I just don't know the process.
Right, it's kind of like a public hearing. You come in and you can give testimony, and the powers that be can go, thank you, we're going to move forward with this.
Yeah.
I'm not real familiar with annexations.
So on an annexation hearing, they put forth some boundaries, but if a landowner does not want to be annexed, they have, you know, the right to appeal that annexation boundary if they're not an island. In other words, if this piece right here that they're thinking about annexing, I don't think that family's gonna wanna annex in. And I'm guessing that, you know, unless they can, you know, if they wanna stay outside of the city, so to speak, and it's their property and it's a block of land, they have the ability to appeal that annexation.
But if they're engulfed entirely around, they don't have the ability.
Yeah, you can't have an island in an annexation.
It's unincorporated.
Right.
But they can if it's not an island.
Got it.
You can't create islands, so.
And so if they're surrounded, they kind of just get caught up in the wash and they end up getting annexed whether they like it or not.
They do.
And I guess some people, the reason to not annex would be zoning, you know, they want it, but also the increased taxes, they just would be included on, okay.
Well, that, and they don't wanna, you know, zoning basically. I mean, if you've got a piece of agricultural land, you don't wanna fall under Garden City's ordinances, of what you do with your land.
Yeah, which usually, there's a benefit, you know, cause you have more land use, but I'm just learning, so.
So I'll follow this, and as it happens, I'll redraw our zoning districts so that they're consistent with what Garden City's got.
Yeah, and then let us know where the line is too.
Yeah.
Officially.
Sounds good.
Hopefully it'll line up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for walking everybody through that and finding out what was going on.
Can I ask a question really fast? This is Tanner. Sorry, Tanner, and then also Emily Rowley is also on the Zoom call as well. And I think we were a little bit of the instigators of why this came up, and kind of interesting to hear that it's maybe a bigger issue on the annexation side. For example, for us, if we as purchasers, or we're under contract on a property currently, is there a way that we could expedite the process for our property to be annexed? We've worked with the seller's agent and then also the seller, and both have interest in getting the property annexed as quickly as possible so that we can be able to close and move forward. So it sounds like maybe it's obviously a lot of property owners that will be affected by like the annex that needs to happen, but is there a way that we could, as potential buyers on a property, be able to work on the annexation process and to be able to expedite that so it's a little bit faster than for the entire area that needs to be annexed?
So I guess, Tanner, to answer your question, to expedite that would be something you would need to approach the Garden City Council about, because they're the ones gonna have to do the annexation.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah, that's great. We can chat with them, and then I'm guessing we probably need to include Mitch in that as well, just because he's a part of the planning and development for Rich County.
Right, we are not doing the annexation at all. Garden City's doing the annexation, so they're the ones that are basically in the driver's seat as how fast and what they include in that annexation. So you need to approach them to see if there's an exemption that they would, you know, I mean, I don't know what you can do. I mean, the process takes a period of time, so I would get with them and try to expedite it. But that's not really our decision. That's Garden City's now. They're gonna annex it, okay?
Tanner, I know.
But it sounds like they're in the process, which is great. Oh, sorry, keep going.
I was just going to say, I know it seems like it can be frustrating because the government moves slow, but I think if you line things up and there's no protest, it'll go faster than you think, but it probably isn't going to go as fast as you want. But there's not a lot you can do. There's not a lot you can do other than make sure that you're on the agenda before they.
No, for sure. No, thank you guys, and we appreciate it. It sounds like Garden City has plans to annex that, and so that's a good start for sure for us. So,
what that process will be is they'll decide what do they want their boundaries to be. They'll have to be surveyed at that point in time, and then those surveys will be entered into their annexation plan of this is how far we're going to annex and what we're going to annex. They'll have a public hearing, so that the surrounding property owners and in and out of the annexation will have their opportunity to voice their opinion as a public opinion. And if there's a property owner within that, like I said, if it's a big block and of land, then that particular property owner will have the opportunity to appeal. Nobody appeals, it'll go fairly fast. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Tanner.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm done till 11:30 then, I guess.
Okay.
That doesn't help us.
So I read the minutes. We just need to fix Danelle Wasden's name. It's spelled Watson. But yeah. But I'll make a motion to approve the Rich County minutes for November 5th of 2025. And as soon as they're done talking, I'm sure they'll second.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve November 5th minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
So,
Guess we go early.
Give them a minute or two.
yeah.
So we're ahead of schedule. So we're gonna let Rich Hwy, if you have any questions you wanna ask or concerns, we'll just open it up and since we're ahead and we got a few minutes, we'll take a break of commission meeting and let you guys express any questions or concerns or anything. Stetson, I can see you got something on your mind.
What's annex mean?
Okay, good question. So the city limits have a line. Every city in the county has a line, right? And if they wanna gain some ground outside of their city to make it, their city better, they annex it into the city and it becomes city and not county.
So they're talking about that part that's just by Ideal Beach, right along the road there. Garden City wants to absorb that.
So to make Garden City bigger, or Lake Town, or Woodruff, or Randolph, they have to annex, that's the word they use, annex some property in to make it, the property lines bigger.
And in Utah, that's a city-driven process, so there's not a lot the county can say or would say, I guess, about it. It's a city-driven process, and it's between the city and the property owners.
The advantage in this situation is that the landowner on the corner of Sweetwater Parkway and Highway 30 wants to put in a commercial venture. And right now, it's not, that kind of thing isn't allowed, and the county can't provide services to it that they will need, such as water and sewer. So it's advantageous to them to annex it in so they can get water and sewer, and that will help make them more money, make their property more valuable.
Good question.
Good question, Stetson. Any others?
So maybe I ought to, on the difference between a city within the county and the county is that the city has ordinances of what you can do within the city boundaries. The county has their ordinances, it's called planning and zoning, or of codes of how you can, what you can build and where you can build and how much you can put. In the county, we have several zones. There's places in the county where you have to have as much as 40 acres to build one home. And then there's other places you have to have 12 acres to build one home. And of course, within the city, you know, theirs is in lots, and their lots can be varied in how many 0.1 acre, 0.2, half an acre, up to acre. But those are all controlled by the ordinances that the city has passed to control their building and land development. And so some people don't want to be in a city because then they can't do what they want to do with their bigger piece of land. So they would rather stay in the county. So.
Or they don't want like apartment buildings around their field
Right.
where they have their cows.
Right.
Or pay higher taxes.
Or
Yeah.
pay higher taxes.
Yeah.
30% higher or something.
Yeah, so within the city taxes, and the county taxes, and what's called unincorporated is everything that's outside of the cities of Randolph, Woodruff, Lake Town, and Garden City. That's what's called unincorporated.
And that's actually the biggest part of the county. Most people live, as of right now, a big part of the people live outside the county, or outside of the cities.
Did that confuse us worse? Good.
So I got a follow-up question then with that. Would your preview as the county commissioners cover those ranches if they wanted to expand on their infrastructure? Let's say one of these ranchers wanted to put a butcher facility on the ranch and just skip the whole process and just take the cow straight there. Would they come to you, or being on private property, could they just do it?
No, they would have to come to us to make sure that their property was in a zone of the county that would allow a commercial building.
Right.
So,
And that happened in the last couple of years
yeah.
over there in Lake Town.
That's a good question though. If it was already zoned and that was a use that they could do, there's actually nothing we could stop them from doing it if they're following the rules.
All they'd need to do is get a business license.
Yep. That's what one thing that was interesting to me is that there's nothing, you know, the government's especially local government's not gonna get in your way. In effect, it's impossible for us to get in your way if all the rules are met. It's,
Rights of private landowners.
Yeah, so let me make a comment on that. So I live in Swan Creek Village, I don't know if you guys know where that's at, it's across the street from Boy Scout camp in Garden City. And 5 or 6 years ago, the city wanted to annex Swan Creek Village because we have 2 water wells on that property. And so they wanted to annex it so they'd have access to that water. But they didn't want to take over the responsibility of maintaining the storage tank. And so the homeowners of Swan Creek Village have voted against that annexation.
Okay, thanks.
Public hearing.
Are we good? Any other questions?
How many of you think that, how many of you like to live in Rich County? How many of you would like to stay in Rich County if you possibly could for the rest of your life?
there'll be more of you as time goes on, trust me. I thought I never wanted to be here, and I can't think of anywhere
So,
better to be.
in your mind, what could be better in Rich County, wherever you live, whether it's in the city or whether it's out in the ranch? What could be better?
Roads.
Okay. What about your roads?
Well, like out in Grand Valley, I know the county like fixed them this year, but it'll be just like the road will rise where culvert crossings are and just make big old divots and
Freeze bumps.
potholes, yeah.
Yeah, where the frost heaves the ground during the winter time. Yeah, that's an issue.
You have to slow down in the winter, Stetson.
It's a speed
Especially
bump.
tractors too. Bounce you off the road.
Yeah. What else? If you could change something about Rich County, what would you change?
Be honest. No wrong answer. What would you change?
The speed limit.
You want it lower?
Higher.
Higher.
Where are you referring to?
Like on the main road where it's 65, I feel like you can do 70.
Okay.
75. I'm not gonna get 75.
Does that mean you had a speeding ticket?
Not actually.
How about our law enforcement guys? Do you think they're doing a good job?
Do we keep Dale as a sheriff forever?
It's up to you guys. It's up to your parents and the voters. We like them though.
So how old are you guys?
16.
17? So can any of you vote yet? Won't be very long though, and you'll have an opportunity to vote, which controls the leaders. And the leaders are supposed to listen to the voters to try to make, make things meet the needs of the people who desire. One of the things that it's been a real challenge and a real change for our county, of course, is over around the Garden City area and the amount of development and construction and those kind of things versus the south end of the county where we're still pretty open with agriculture. And so there's a lot of challenges with law enforcement, with garbage collection, and emergency services such as the ambulance. Also challenges with just roads and getting them maintained and try to keep them up. So Stetson, you said that they done something out in Round Valley. What did they do in Round Valley on that road
There
this
was
year?
two like frosties or culverts where
Uh-huh.
they like tore out the asphalt on top of culverts and leveled it and then re-chipped the roads.
Re-chip.
Yeah,
You have any idea what that cost?
probably a lot.
So chipping and sealing costs around $35,000 a mile. So when you look at the fact that we got about 178 miles in the county that we have to maintain, and about 57 of those, 79 of those are asphalt roads. And you look at reconstruction. For example, on the east side of the lake, when we did that reconstruction over there, that cost $13 million to reconstruct that road and make a bike walking path along it to the Idaho line back into Lake Tahoe.
How much do you think it would cost now, though?
Probably around 30 million. It's just, it's about $1 million a mile to reconstruct a road now. And that means go in and make sure that the subsurface underneath everything is there's a standard you have to meet, and it has to be compacted to a certain standard, and then you put oil on top of it. And that's a 3-phase process. So when you put new asphalt down, you lay it down, then you seal it, and then within 12 months it needs to have a chip seal over top of it. And that chip seal is to seal the cracks so that the water don't get down in it and make the, well, like the frost heaves, Stetson, that you were talking about, but it also keeps it from breaking the road up. So there's a real process to it, and so that's a very, very expensive thing for our small county to try to do maintenance. I don't know if you've drove some of the county roads lately. There's a new river bridge over on the crosses Bear River. That was just a little over $8.5 million to do that bridge. $8.5 million. So we actually did 4 bridges in the county. There was 2 south of Randolph here across what's called the R&W Canal. If you know where Hatch Lane is and you know where Rex Lane is, those 2 bridges were replaced. But between the 4 bridges that we did, it was just almost $11 million that we had to put in to those structures to replace them because they had been flagged by the Utah Department of Transportation as unsafe. So those are the kind of issues that you look at and try to figure out how to fund and pay for. And one of the ways of funding the county and its services is through property taxes, and nobody likes to pay property taxes, especially high property taxes. And so that's how the school district's funded, that's how the county's funded, that's how special service districts are funded, is through basically taxing the property that you have, whether it's raw land or whether it's your home, or it's the personal property that businesses have, such as the equipment inside of their businesses. So those taxes are what are the basis of what tool we have to provide money to do roads and to do emergency services and to do law enforcement and those kind of things. I will tell you that those 4 bridges that we did not have to have any tax dollars go into them that was generated in the county. We did a proposal, we submitted that to the state. There was some federal dollars from that was allocated for bridge replacement. We were successful in getting those bridges replaced with some federal bridge replacement dollars, and so they didn't cost the county any tax dollars basically within the county. In other words, sometimes you have big projects, sometimes you have issues and you have to raise taxes to generate dollars to fix a problem or to expand or those kind of things. We didn't have to do that with those bridges. So that was that was a real gift to our county to get those replaced and not have to raise the taxes and tax the county residents to do that, so.
Hey,
Question for him. For all you guys that wanna stay in Rich County, what are you gonna do to make a living here?
I'd like to do construction, but
You what?
I'd like to do construction, but I don't know if this is the spot for it.
Construction, there's a lot of places for construction, Stetson,
Yeah, mainly dirt work though.
yeah.
What about the rest of you?
Maybe you wanna be ranchers, maybe. It's a dying breed. How many of you wanna have your own little business?
How many of you have no clue what you wanna do yet?
That's such a, thank you for being honest.
Yeah, that's normal.
sky's the limit though.
I'm just a little older than you and I still have no clue what I wanna be, so.
That's why he's still a county commissioner.
How many of you wanna be a mayor? County commissioner? Nobody? We haven't made this look so fun, you wanna do it? Sweetie Bryce.
We could, yeah. Well,
That'd be good for these kids to.
yeah, hang on just a minute. Are you guys got just a minute?
You got a minute?
Yeah, they got about 3 or 4.
Okay.
Okay. So, Bryce, would you come up here, please?
You do this, cause you've been involved with Bryce the whole time.
So, Bryce has spent 24 years in service to the county, and he has retired this past couple of months. He was a county commissioner for 4 years, and then he served as the emergency manager for the county for 20 years. And so he's put 24 years of his life in providing a lot of dedication, a lot of volunteer hours, and just to make things better and help the citizens of Rich County. And we want to recognize him for his years of service to the county and his dedication to make Rich County the best place it can be and protect the citizens here from the elements that we have as an emergency manager, whether it's winter time, whether it's floods, whether it's disasters that we've had 2 or 3 that have been pretty scary that we were able to get through, but he led us through those, and so we'd like to recognize him and present him with this plaque of 24 years of service.
Nobody wanted to be a mayor either. I was a mayor for 12 years before I got involved in the county, and I'd say a couple of things. One is that it's been a real pleasure working for the county and with these people in elected offices. Sometimes elected offices are things that nobody ever wants to get in because you're always in trouble because you can't make everybody happy. There's one thing about Rich County though that I still love, and that is we still, even though Garden City is crazy where I live in the summertime, at least there's places in the county you can go and get out and not have to have a camera watch you. We've got a lot of places that are still wide open here that haven't changed in the last 50 years that I've been here. Now, I'll never be a local, because I wasn't born here. My daughters were born here, but I wasn't born here, but I've been over here for 52 years, so I feel like I'm about as local as I can get. But it's really good. It's good to see you kids out, because you're the future of the county. And you're going to be the next elected officials or emergency managers or firefighters or cops or whatever, especially if you stay in the county or wherever else you go. But it's a great county. I've been very happy and very honored to be able to serve for it. So, thank you.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Bryce.
Do you like mango? What's mango?
See you next month, huh?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thanks.
see ya.
Well, I appreciate this, you guys. Like I said,
We felt bad that we didn't have it ready last time that you were here.
that's all right. You know, this is Rich County. You don't ever want to get really wrapped up about anything.
Yeah.
You guys probably don't know, but I started coming here when I was 5 years old. My dad had a fruit farm down in Orem, and we'd come up here and peddle fruit door to door. So at 5 years old, I'd knock on doors and see if people wanted cherries or apricots or peaches, whatever we had on.
I wished you'd still do that. I wished you'd still do that.
Yeah, that
Sounds
started
good.
in 1949. And I stopped when I was 12, but we wouldn't have any spare money when we got here, so we'd sleep on the rodeo grounds on our quilts. We didn't have sleeping bags in those days, so we'd just bring camping quilts and sleep out there on the ground at the rodeo grounds. And I loved Randolph back then. The town was jumping and a lot of business going on, and the rodeos were really fun to go to. And then we'd go north and generally end up in Alpine to finish out the load. And then one other thing is my wife's older brother, Alan Mangum, was a school teacher here for several years.
Oh, yeah. That's your wife's older brother, right?
Yeah, well, one of them, she has 4 older brothers, and he was the third oldest brother.
Huh?
It is interesting, though, the county really still has a lot of areas that haven't changed in the last 50 years, you know. Maybe the road might have been paved, but that's about the size of it. Go to Garden City, it's a different story. Yeah. Anyway, that's happening, so.
Yeah.
That's very true. You know, it's still, still have a lot of open areas and it's still a beautiful place, and, you know, it's still a lot of places you can go and it's quiet and.
You don't have to worry about being on some camera or anything like that. That's what I like.
Very true.
Everywhere else, you got a camera.
Yeah, very true. It's very, very true. We're very fortunate. I mean, we start having Decembers like this, and we're gonna have more people wanting to live here, you know?
That feels pretty good, don't it?
Do you remember, Bryce, it being 65 degrees in the middle of December much?
No, I don't remember it being 35 below over here.
I know, that's the thing. It's not even freezing at night here in December, and it's like, wow, this is like way, you know?
Well, everybody complains about global warming, but I'm in favor of it myself. Yeah.
I wish we could get a larger variety of restaurants to move in, though.
I agree with you there.
Other than hamburger places.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a way that somebody can make a fortune up here if they would, that we put a Chinese restaurant in. They could make a killing.
Yeah?
It's like that one in Smith, that small one, you know, something like that.
Yeah. Well, thanks for making the trip over, Bryce.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Tell your wife hello for us. Okay.
Well, I stuck around just to watch that. Okay. Yeah, old buddies.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's see you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bryce. Be good.
Thanks again, Bryce.
You betcha, my pleasure.
I signed it.
Okay, so I'd make a motion that we approve the expenditures for November.
Second.
Okay, move and second that November's expenditures be approved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We're held hostage by the public hearing.
I get it. I
have a short PowerPoint. You mind if I start getting that plugged in?
Please do.
Yeah, be ready.
Sam, can I pause this recording for just a minute?
Yeah, let's, we'll take a break for 10 minutes and resume at the public hearing. Okay, I'll call commission meeting back to order. Mitch, if you wouldn't mind, I guess we need to
Go into a public hearing.
have a motion to go into a public hearing.
I make a motion that we go into a public hearing for water use and preservation element of Rich County Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. If you don't mind stating your name and what you're,
Yep, I'm Mitch Poulsen, I'm the planning administrator for Rich County, and I put together this element of the comprehensive plan. So I'm just gonna give you a short presentation that helps you understand the context and some of the elements that are detailed in the plan. So these water elements are required by state statute under 1727A 404. All counties are required to complete one by December 31st of 2025. This amends the existing comprehensive plan, and specifically we're supposed to look at water resources, agriculture, drinking water, and they also wanted a water budget completed as well. This document has been reviewed by the state staff that I've been working with, that I will submit this to, and the overall intent is just to help provide direction on ways to produce or to reduce water consumption statewide. In terms of residential usage, and this is where this plan really focuses, is the residential use. Google estimates that there should be 50 to 100 gallons per capita per day used in residences. What I found is that the average use in Rich County was about 274 gallons per capita per day. The Utah goal is less than 305 gallons per capita per day by 2030. So we're actually already underneath that goal. The water rights that I found were far outpaced the use projected out to 2026, which is good. The highest use was in South Eden Ranch, and the lowest was in Vista Grande. And the reason South Eden Ranch is such a high user, I contacted the water, the one that's responsible for the water system, and they said they had a really big leak for a really long time. So over time, that's going to go down to a more manageable level. The lowest, like I said, was in Vista Grande. So what's being done to reduce water use around the county in these water systems? Most of the water systems that I contacted have gone to a tiered pricing system, but that's about it. And some of them don't have anything as far as that goes. Garden City is the clear leader in what they're doing. They've got some really innovative stuff to help reduce water consumption and help customers understand how important it is to reduce their water consumption by just informing them. They can actually download an app on their phone and see real time how much water their place has been using. From the agricultural standpoint, the Soil and Water Conservation District has a no-till drill that they lease out. They've done a number of land leveling projects, and they've also done a number of irrigation upgrades where they're exchanging or upgrading from flood irrigation to sprinkling. What's being proposed in this plan is really pretty comprehensive for a place like Rich County. It's removal of turf strips, the county replacing fixtures, watering hours and days with timers, ordinance changes, infrastructure audits, limiting turf grass, xeriscaping, education and outreach, and really quite a bit more. So the overall intent is to conserve water. These things can be applied to agricultural, drinking water, and future development. They're primarily applied to future development, but not necessarily required. So the takeaway message in here is, it's interesting because comprehensive plans are advisory. They're not necessarily rule of law. So we can suggest all these things, but we don't necessarily have to abide by them. Our current subdivisions and communities have adequate water based on current usage and future development. There's a long list of potential actions on the part of government, private providers, and citizens to reduce water. And then I've included in the plan some recommended actions that, in my opinion, are a little bit more aligned with the reality of Rich County. So that's my presentation. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
This isn't going to, like this, it says installing meters on secondary untreated irrigation water connections has been a focus. This isn't gonna start a snowball effect of having.
No, and that's what makes this really interesting, because this is not mandatory.
It's not an ordinance.
Yeah, it's mandatory that we pass it and adopt it, but it's in the comprehensive plan, which comprehensive plans are not mandatory ordinances. We don't have to force this on anybody. And like was discussed in planning and zoning, the county doesn't have jurisdiction over these private water systems, whether it's the Garden City water system or the Swan Creek water system or Lake Town's secondary water system. So there's no requirement there. The way I see that this would be implemented from my vantage point is that if a new subdivision comes in, I'm supposed to put together a staff report that identifies what the applicant is doing, and then I go through and comb the ordinances and go, they're compliant in this area, this is what the comprehensive plan says, and then the planning commission can go, okay, thank you for that. And if there's, if there's deficiencies like in the ordinances, then they need to bring those up. But as far as the comprehensive plan goes, the planning commission can go, thank you for that, we appreciate it, and you move on. If there's things that you wanna, cherry pick out of it, I don't see that you could do that, but you don't have to force them to do it.
So will this help you as the newly appointed, what's that title, where you can just approve things without?
As a subdivision guy.
I don't know that it would or wouldn't. I don't think it would.
No,
because again, it comes back to the comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
And it being an advisory document, not rule of law document.
But certainly you could, pull this up and say, if somebody's close to meeting some of these, you could say, could
Right.
you
Could you do this?
Yeah, could you push towards this, because this is where we're headed.
Right.
Okay.
But would I push it? Absolutely not.
Yeah, well, I agree with that.
So, if you're a municipality and you provide a secondary water system for, they do have to have a meter on it. That was some legislation that was passed 3 years ago, that if municipalities are providing secondary water, it has to be metered as well. And there's some grants and things like that municipalities could get
to help with that,
to put the meters on.
Okay.
But I think by the end of 2026, all secondary water within where a municipality is providing it, not a private irrigation company, but the municipality is providing it, that they have to have a meter on it, and they have to basically have they have to show how many gallons people are using and what the rate is on that,
So that would apply to Lake Town's secondary water source?
No, it would not.
That's a little bit different than
Lake Town's secondary water source, Lake Town's secondary system is actually a private system.
Oh,
Irrigation.
So what they did is the people who within that area just put they had irrigation rights, and they just took those irrigation rights and put them into a pressurized system. So not everybody had irrigation shares there. Where a municipality, it's just a secondary system. So if you live within that municipality, you have, just like you have culinary water, you would have water, secondary water. And they're the owners of the water shares, the municipality is.
Got it. Now, when the state staff reviewed this, they sent me back a number of comments and things that they would like to addressed in this. I tried to meet those as much as conceivably possible. I had originally had some comments in there about short-term rentals. I thought it would be interesting to evaluate that. And their comments came back and said, no, we want to see all of that information. And the more I dug into it, the more it turned into a rabbit hole. And I'm like, I can't make heads or tails of this. I mean, you're gonna have to do like a water audit and do something far more in depth. And so I just tore everything out that had to deal with short-term rentals. And I based the water budget off of a plan that they had sent me from Kane County that they really liked. And so I just followed that. And I'm like, well, the numbers work. It's what they had asked for. And so I'm going to leave it at that. So.
I think all of these are good points, and they're saying what you're saying, other than this number 3, the policy and ordinances. It says outdoor watering restrictions, adopt county-wide restrictions, watering days and hours. So
That's an encouragement. That is something
that's
that's something that we could do as a county. We could adopt actual ordinances that would be in effect for, it runs the gamut. You could you go pretty easy on those, or you could go sky's the limit. And a lot of the recommendations they sent back to me were from Ivans in Washington, and things I never even thought of. Like adjust your sprinklers so you're not sprinkling your sidewalks
and roads.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I seen that.
But the other interesting aspect to this is Rich County's position in the watershed relative to the Great Salt Lake. Water, basically, when you follow a drop of water, it either stays in the county and gets used, or it ends up back in the river to be moved downstream into Wyoming, into Idaho, back into Utah, and then back to Idaho, and then back into Utah. It's like, if we don't use it here, it's going to get used by somebody else just because of the nature of our watershed. And then, they had commented that sometimes water use seems like or water conservation seems like a very urban term. And I'm going, yeah, but there's also this fear because of the press that's instilled some of the locals that if we don't use our water up here, it's going to end up in the Great Salt Lake because they're struggling to meet their needs. So.
Is there anybody online? Annalisa?
Nobody's on Zoom, I don't know about.
I can check mine real quick. No comments.
Okay, good. Okay. Any other comments or questions for Mitch?
Oh, one thing I can bring forward too. We did have a public hearing in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. It was adequately noticed, and there were no attendees that provided any kind of comments, either in person or written.
Well, if we don't have any more public comments, I'd move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moved second, we close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And make a motion that we approve the water use and preservation Rich County Comprehensive Plan.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Just want to give you kudos, Mitch, for doing all that work and putting that together. It's a great plan.
Well, thank you.
Very comprehensive, and I know it's took a lot of work, and it's a good document, so.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate your hard work on that.
I had no idea how intricate water movement is in irrigation canals on the south end of the valley. Trying to map those on Google or some other aerial photo is hard. Because you go, is this just a drainage swale, or is somebody actually using this?
Yeah.
You guys are clever in how you move water from point A to point B, and very efficient.
Well, and this is unique. This our county's unique for once the system is full and there's water all across the valley, then the return flow irrigates the neighbor down.
Right.
And then
it's used over and over and over.
100 times.
It's quite fascinating when you start thinking about the benefit of one drop of water going from this place to this place to this place, and you just keep recycling it.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
I'm on one canal that when they turn it on at the head, it's close to 2 weeks before I ever see any water.
Is that right?
But then I got it, and it comes across, and then when they shut the canal off, I still have water for another week or two.
Really?
After that.
Huh.
Cause it's return flow off
Uh-huh.
everyone else.
Right, sure. Interesting.
Once the system's powered up,
Mhm.
then it's used many,
And
many
that,
times.
and that probably depends on, that lag time probably depends on how much soil moisture is
Yeah.
in the soil from recent rain events and
Absolutely, yeah.
stuff like that.
That and how full the reservoir, how much pushed and how much they put in
Sure.
each canal to push.
Right.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, well, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for driving over.
Yep. Always enjoy the drive over.
Okay, did we do the expenditures?
Yeah.
We got that done?
Yeah. One thing we probably need to approve, and we didn't add it to the agenda, but
Thanks, see you guys.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much.
we've been in the process with it, is we probably ought to approve the purchase of the Caterpillar and the Bobcat skid steer for sanitation for those purchases. So the Caterpillar is a D6 N Caterpillar. Wheeler has it, and it's Wheeler's under state contract, so this is a used Caterpillar, but the purchase of that is going to be between $225,000 and $228,000. We're still just a little bit up in the air as to which ripper they're going to have on the back, and so we'll purchase that with the TRT money that was set aside for sanitation. So I would make that motion that we go ahead and approve that purchase and receive that piece of equipment.
Second.
Okay, move the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we did some bidding with between a Caterpillar skid steer and a Bobcat skid steer. The Bobcat skid steer is a little less money, and it's basically a brand new skid steer. It's like 124 hours on it. So it is going to be, we're purchasing that to maintain the snow around the new scale, snow removal around the new scale, and also to help them sort out tires and different things from the garbage that comes in, as some of it cannot be put in the landfill and needs to be separated out. And so it's going to come with forks, a snow blade, a regular bucket, and they want to get a broom as well. We're still looking at the best option for the broom, but with those three attachments, it's going to be $61,840. That's a Bobcat 576.
Is that a motion?
And that's from Valley Equipment, and so I'd make a motion that we purchase that for the landfill for snow removal.
Second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. All right.
Was that a tracked one or a?
It is not.
Hard
It's
wheels.
we're putting hard tires on it.
Okay.
And it comes with chains. It does come with chains in the hard tires as well.
We'll tell them not to drive the chains on the scales. Check that thing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be nice to have. Glad we're.
Well, at this point in time, as you look out the window, you're going to think it's snow removal, but, on a good year, I mean.
It'll come.
And I think it'll come. We're banking on it coming, so.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's gonna protect our scale by having something that.
Needs to be cleaned off all the time. not
Yeah,
allowed
I mean,
up.
they've gotta clean it, and the equipment they've got out there is big enough that,
You wouldn't want it around the scales,
No.
banging on it.
no, that's, and it'll be useful. They need to they have to pull the tires out that are dumped and you know, put down in the tire pile, and occasionally somebody, you know, gets up there and dumps out a refrigerator and they've got to remove it, and then there's mattresses. I know that, you know, those guys that are dumping big quantities of you know, they have the roll-on dumpsters, and some of that's buried in it, and when they get there and go through what's been received, then there's some things they've got to sort out, and so this will be helpful in getting them sorted out and doing the things we're doing. Make sure that our landfills are compliant. So I think it's a good thing. So
Yeah, I think so too. Any other things before we break for lunch?
Did you say you had to do some kind of an amendment in the February minutes?
yes, but we got to have a copy of the minutes.
Okay.
In the February minutes, we appointed the Trails Board, but we did not name the Trails Board members in the minutes. It was in the motion. If you go back on YouTube and listen to the commission meeting, it was a motion of who was 2-year and who was 4-year, but the minutes did not reflect. It just said that we appointed 5 members to the Trails Board, but it did not list who they were or what their terms were.
Okay.
Okay.
So is that just automatically done, or do we need
No,
to say something?
we'll have to do that, but my suggestion is she pulls up a copy of the February minutes. I'm pretty sure it was the February minutes. No, maybe it was the March minutes. I'm not sure. It was when we appointed the Trails Board member.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
With that, let's adjourn for lunch.
All right, we'll adjourn for lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock for a public hearing, budget hearing.
on.
Okay, I'll call commission meeting back to order. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
I'll make that motion. We go into-
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Did you say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're in a public hearing to talk about budget. Anybody online?
Nobody's on that.
No.
This is weird. This is really
Last year we were passing some ordinances too, so we had a lot more people here.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, can I come up and see your list so I could
Yeah.
make a copy of it?
No.
I'm listening to Sim.
Well, we're in a public hearing. She's gonna voice some.
Well, she can, but
I don't know if we finalized it yet, but
Yeah. Do you have concerns?
No, other than when are you gonna finalize it so I can let everybody know?
so the only thing we changed is we are not funding the state parks.
Okay.
We're gonna fund Randolph up to 100,000, not the full amount, and then Woodruff, just another, what,
2,500.
to 25,000. That extra
Perfect.
money we're allotting to sanitation to finish all our projects.
Perfect.
But-
Can I make a copy of that then?
Actually, we're allowing the sanitation for a new front load truck,
Oh, good.
piece of equipment, that, we,
A dumpster loader one,
yeah.
mostly used over in Garden City.
Perfect.
So we've moved that. The recommendation of your board recommended, some to go to state parks, for their replacement. We felt like that, we'd like to wait on that and see how things progress with the new marina, and certainly entertain, funding that in the future budget if they're ready to actually pour the cement. So,
We're hoping we can
Perfect.
leverage that money, instead of just paying for something, we can leverage it, and, as they build bathrooms and stuff. We just wanna see what happens with the new marina. And I talked to Richard about it, so he knows.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's the change from, what was presented by your board. During the summer months where, we have 2 trucks, we actually need to be running 3 with the garbage. We're racking up a lot of overtime because those guys are just, some of them times they're running 14 hours a day, and so with another truck, it will help with that, I hope. So,
Perfect.
okay?
Yep, I think they'll be happy with that. Is it okay if I make a copy of it then?
Of yours? This?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
You've got it. Yeah, you got.
well, yeah,
And just cross that other note.
yeah, so, this will be, and this goes down to sanitation.
Okay.
Dan, did you grab a budget over there? So
Is that the agenda or something?
Yeah, the agenda and the budget. We're in a
Oh,
public,
And assign it.
Where are we in the process?
we are in the public hearing, so if you have any questions.
Oh, this is
about
it?
Yeah,
Okay, sorry I'm late.
no, you're good.
So, yeah, so there's actually, there's 47,000, goes up here, and so that actually,
And then the rest goes
and
down there?
and the rest goes down there,
Okay.
which is, right at 100,000.
Got it.
Or 200,000, so.
Perfect.
So the amounts on this budget are not changing, it's just where the
Yeah,
line items are.
yeah.
Just where it's going.
Does that make sense? I'll make you a copy too. Then I'll hurry and just kind of
Okay.
Thanks, you guys. Any other questions?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me double check if anyone's here.
Make a copy of that and bring it back, would you, Tammy?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe you said that already, sorry.
Mr. Larson, I sent you a copy, but it was like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I was driving though, so I could text and drive
Yeah, that's good.
technically.
You were here last year, Dan, but at the same time, we had a few ordinances we were passing, so that's why it was full. Some of them had to do with water, so there was a lot more people at the public hearing last year, and I can't remember, oh yeah, the sheriff's department, all of that, media attention. So,
Yeah. So I just saw you had the meeting today. I don't know if this is just a discussion meeting and then next month you pass the budget?
no, we're passing it right now.
Well, this is for public hearing, but at this point in time, we have the draft budget prepared and most likely we'll pass it, unless there's, we feel like that there's merit to talking about something that, but our intention is to pass it today after this public hearing, let me just put it that way.
And there's nobody else here. Wow.
Strange, huh?
There are 7 people online.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to take a look at this, but what's the significant difference between last year and this year?
Not an awful lot. The only thing probably would be is the budget's a little more because, it's actually not. Well, it is, because we gave there'll be some increased costs, particularly in personnel costs with benefits and also wages. And that's probably the most significant increase in the budget. Everything else is pretty much the same, if not a little less. Revenues, we're a little concerned with revenues. They're kind of up and down. A lot of federal money come in over the last couple of years, and so as that goes away, we've had to take a hard look at the real priorities for particular departments, and where we've been able to supplement with some federal dollars that have been available. They're not there now, and so
Were these COVID federal programs or something?
Yeah, it was the ARPA money, the American Recovery Act money, yeah.
But we never tied any sort of ongoing cost to that money.
We did not. They were just, initial purchases where it's kind of like, here's this, and it's a one-time purchase. So we didn't base any ongoing salaries or programs or anything on those dollars, knowing that they're there once, but they wouldn't be on.
Cache County did that, and they're in big trouble right now.
Yeah, they did a 30% tax increase in Cache County because they used quite a few of their ARPA monies to actually went into wages, and then when they went away, then they had to make those up. So.
Yeah, I saw last night in the news, Salt Lake County has 20%.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and my understanding from talking to you gentlemen before is that while our property values may go up, that the denominator that it's multiplied by, you might reduce that, or it doesn't go up, so.
We are not collecting any more in property tax. In other words, our property tax, the only thing that our property taxes will go up with is with new growth, as new homes come on, whatever the taxes are on that new home. That's the increase in our property tax. We are not doing a tax increase to raise more property taxes.
So you're right, that denominator hasn't changed, in fact, it's gone down.
Right.
So, has it gone down?
The
It depends on the growth, but if it were to go up, that's when we would be raising taxes, and we haven't done that for decades.
One of the things, it's a very complex system because as values go up on houses, someone else's house value goes up, and so they're paying more taxes, so someone's house that the value didn't go up, they're actually gonna pay less taxes because it's being made up by the house that went up. So it's kind of a complicated, is it fair? I don't know, but that's the way the system works.
just here or statewide?
Statewide, yeah.
But I think talking to you, gentlemen, last year, you said, you have a set budget, which is usually about the same amount every
Correct.
year. And so you're kind of looking at that big nut and how much you're gonna need to be able to, for your expenditures.
Right.
And you kind of set the tax rate for that. And so even though property values might go up, the denominator that multiplies that value, might drop down so that you're not having a surplus.
Yeah.
So our target, on our property taxes, we budgeted 1.8 million. And that's the set amount that the rate is going to multiply. So to generate 1.8 million, there is a rate that will go into effect to the value that you have to generate the 1.8. So when you do a tax increase, the rate would go up on all value to generate more in that top line of 1.8. If you wanted to do 2 million, then the rate would go up and all properties would be applied with that same rate increase to generate that extra 200,000.
So you got it right, but the budget, the number generates the denominator, not the other way around. And if that number is equal to or less, then that's not a tax increase.
Yeah.
So what will happen is at the first of the year, the value of all the properties in the county will be established. And based on what we put in the budget and pass for the budget for property taxes, that value will be, you'll look at the rate to times that value to generate what we put in. And we've been very fortunate. Our taxes have gone up, but it's not because we've raised the tax rate, it's because we've had new growth. And
The tax rate hasn't gone up, just what we've collected has gone up, right?
Right.
New growth with additional residences are being.
Correct.
taxed.
That has outpaced our growth, so we haven't need to raise taxes.
So, for example, you were just mentioning Solid County, 20%. That means everybody's value was going to be, or everybody's taxes was going to be raised 20% based on their value.
Right.
So that rate, so basically what they did is that 20% will raise the amount they're going to collect in property taxes by 20%. And so based on their value, to get that number, then the rate will be raised, so.
So, I know you guys have been doing this for a long time, and you're familiar with the trends over time and the values. And I'm just curious, I remember a few years ago, Utah County hadn't raised taxes for 20 years. Raised taxes, which is, you define that, it might be misleading, but anyway, not the way you said is misleading, but just raising taxes because they kept the rate the same, but then all of a sudden they had more demand and they had to raise their rates, I think 100%, and everybody was screaming, but they hadn't had a tax increase for like 20 years.
Right.
And my thought and impression at the time, based on my experience that I've had in my life and working on different boards and budgets and stuff, is that sometimes you need to have it go up incrementally so that you don't have, keep it artificially low, and then all of a sudden you got a 20%, you got a 30%, you got a 100% tax. So you have to build in the cost of living increases and everything else, and tariffs, who knows, whatever it is.
So here's the other nuance to that, and that is, as we do an audit, at the end of the year, when we have a fund balance, let's say it's a fund balance of, so budgets come in, and so instead of spending, let's say $1 million in a budget, they spend 800,000, or they spend even less than that. We really encourage our department heads to watch really close and try to make sure that they stay within their budget and under if they possibly can. So that money is accumulated, and so you come in under budget. If our fund balance gets more than our property tax, then automatically our rate drops. So we cannot have any more in our fund balance than left over in our fund balance than what we generated in taxes, or the state actually will come in and lower the rate, so we don't generate any more. So
no surplus?
Right, basically. We can only have, we can only have 1 year of taxes in surplus, let me just put it that way. So every year, if you look, we're at 13 million, 159 or 059. We're only 160 or 1,600,000 of that is just property taxes. So as you try to balance a budget on that,
It's a small amount.
the property taxes are a pretty small amount. So, but you can't have any more than 100% of that in there. So in 1 year, in what's called the fund balance, in other words, unspent. And that's in everything. That's in everything, so.
Yeah, you can't make money on taxes, which is how it should be.
Right.
So I see on here, you've got your general property tax, which is 1.6 million.
Right.
Just above that line, it says general fund surplus of 2 million.
Right.
And
So we're drawing, in order to balance our budget, we're drawing 2 million out of our fund balance to balance the budget. But you need to understand, in that sense, we're drawing, to balance this budget, we're drawing 2 million out of that, but we're probably gonna put another 600,000 back in that fund balance because this year's budgets are gonna be under. And that just rolls back into the fund balance. So any budget that comes in under, let's say their budget is, like $1 million, they only spend 600,000, that $400 rolls back, 400,000 rolls back into fund balance. And then that's what you use to balance your budget for the next year.
And I'm just looking at the numbers, for the first time. But
Right.
There's the special trails projects, that's 2.5 million. Is that a one-time thing or a
So,
temporary thing?
yeah, so what that is actually, there's the trails, that trails project is a biking path along the west side of the lake. And that was some money that was applied for to do that project. Now they're gonna run that's been awarded by UDOT basically, and state parks. So, but it's gonna run through the county. So if you look at revenue there and then you look at expenditures, it's the same amount of revenue that comes in, expenditures goes out. So all we are is a clearinghouse.
It's pass-through.
It's just a pass-through, correct.
Okay. And then the transit room tax, that's, one of the good ones, 1.27 million.
Yeah.
And that continues to go up every year, I imagine.
It does. We're kind of flat this year. It hasn't gone up as much this year as it has in other years, and so, but it has some strings to it. A certain portion of it has to go back into promotion. Some can go into emergency services. We're a smaller county, a 6th class county, so we have a little more flexibility on that. But it either has to go back into promotion or enhancement for tourism, and such as Garden City's got some projects going on. I'll just read you the list here. Garden City's asked some for playground equipment. They've asked some for bleachers for the baseball diamond, some lighting around the fish pond.
That's all in your budget?
That's all in the TRT budget.
Oh, the TRT.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about that's in Garden City's budget, but it's.
Well, it's actually in,
So if you were to click that number on a computer and break it down, that's how it's being spent. Is a good portion in Garden City.
This one, or of this TRT money?
Yeah, so each of those are broken down further.
This isn't just the counties?
That is the county's portion of transit room tax.
TRT money?
So the TRT money, so Garden City has their own TRT tax, and then the county has a statewide, or excuse me, a countywide TRT tax. What you're looking at is the county tax.
I got it.
But the majority of it is spent by Garden City.
But a lot of the county's portion of it is being spent in Garden City.
In Garden City, yeah.
Because that's where the demand is for that, and where you can spend it, cause those funds are restricted, right?
Yeah.
They are, like I said, a percentage of whatever comes in has to go to promotion, which means, you know, we're already got a lot of people, but let's see if we can get more. And then the rest of it can go into the infrastructure, such as we were just reading some of that.
Yeah.
And also services that, for example, we're putting money in, we're gonna probably use some of that money to buy a new sanitation truck because of the volume of sanitation, garbage that continues to come out. So that's a result of a lot of the tourism industry, so we're gonna use some of that. Garden City Fire District is gonna get some money for a piece of equipment that they're in the middle of. And
What does Mike want?
what's that?
What piece of equipment does Mike want or need? Mike Wahlberg.
They want a
Brush
new
truck.
they want a new brush truck that they're replacing one of the old ones.
Okay.
So
And we found out this morning it's a 1958
That they're replacing.
that they're replacing.
So
1968?
58, he said.
58.
Yeah. I thought he was joking.
I got to go look at the truck because I've seen all the trucks and I don't know that there's one that's a 58, but I might be
That's why I
wrong.
said Disneyland opened in 1955.
It's a brush truck, so I mean,
But you're gonna use some of the TRT money from the county to help Garden City with that brush truck?
correct, yes.
That's good.
We're gonna allocate 1.2 million of the TRT and restaurant tax money for projects and promotion is what we're gonna do. There's a couple of projects over here. Randolph, this is our fair area and also quite a community area here, so they've applied for some money for their park improvements, and we've gave them $100,000. They're doing redoing some pickleball courts and some tennis courts and some things like that. Woodruff has a little playground there in their community area, and they've asked for $25,000 to upgrade their playground. But the big ticket items mostly are Garden City, and that's where the money's generated. So.
Yeah, so when I was here last year, and we had kind of the sheriff's department, you know, discussion, and, you know, at the time, you guys gave them a $5 an hour raise, which was helpful, but apparently not enough to keep Tom and Brian, you know, on staff. I know that you guys are really short-handed, but you have people in training, and my understanding is you're getting some help from the Department of Public Safety. What's the plan to get the sheriff's department restaffed and funded and have salaries that are gonna be able to draw quality applicants that can be residents and part of the community?
So we have a candidate will graduate, I believe, in a week or maybe 2 weeks out of the academy. He's a younger guy. We actually had an already certified officer that was, I mean, went through everything with him. He went through the background test, we had him hired, and the only thing he needed to do was go through the emergency vehicle operations training, and we had to wait just a little bit on that. And as soon as he got that done, he actually left and went to San Juan County. Just.
Did we fund them to do that?
the EVO we did.
Yeah. So anyway.
Did you get that in writing when he said he was gonna get hired?
Well, we didn't have, at that point in time, you know, it wasn't that's not a real big expense. The real big expense is post, and that's a real hurtful thing when, you know, you put somebody through post. It costs about $8,000 to get them through post, and then
6 months,
and then they come and stay for 6 months, and then go to another agency. We, you know,
Can you require a minimum commitment?
We're
working on it.
We try.
Or we pay back?
Yeah,
first?
yeah. We have we have a basically an agreement that they sign, or that, you know, they'll stay with the department 24 months.
Yeah.
But it's pretty tough to hold them to that if you know, we found out other agencies have tried it and they've been challenged and they can't force them to do that. As far as what we've done, you know, we gave them the $5 an hour raise, and then also they'll get another, based on this budget, they'll probably get another $3 an hour raise. And actually, in the third quarter of last year, a $2 an hour raise. So as of really by the 1st of January, when we pass this budget, from a year ago today, yes, the deputies will receive a $10 an hour raise.
That's great.
But you know, we gave them 5, but we had to put some mechanisms in place to generate the funds. I mean, that's the thing. It just doesn't, you know, if you don't have it in the bank, you can't give it to you. But you know, we put another tax on, which we were able to do so, another sales tax, and that generated some funds. And so.
But it took 6 months to
get
it going.
But we had to generate that in order to. You can't spend it before you get it, and so. You know, and so hopefully that'll be helpful. There's the sheriff right there. I know he's doing some interviews this week on a couple of candidates. Yeah, they've been pretty short-handed, but we've had other agencies step up and help us. But unfortunately, the other two felt like that, you know, it wasn't going to happen quick enough, and so they moved on. But you know, it's a struggle, you know, it's a struggle all the way around. And if we could pay people, you know, at the drop of a hat anytime you want, but the other thing is these budgets have to balance. So, you know, it's a matter of the sheriff can't walk in here in July and say, well, I got to have a $10 an hour raise or my guys are all going to leave. And our answer to that is, well, it's really not in your budget to give that, you know. I mean, where are we gonna come up with that additional revenue to pay them without figuring out where it can come from?
So with that $10 an hour raise, how does that help our deputy salaries compared to other similar agencies?
I would say it's gonna push it right up to the top of probably the most. It's going to be right. They'll be probably as much or more than deputies with the same amount of experience in other agencies.
Is that going to be enough to recruit good applicants?
We hope.
Are you seeing more applicants now that you have a little bit more money, Sheriff?
I don't.
Probably. It's hard to say. It's just like law enforcement's not the job everybody's looking for anymore.
Yeah.
Because
you have a couple competing factors.
Sentiment.
The other, you know, the other obstacle we got to face, and it's with every one of them. An applicant comes in and says, "Gee, I want to come and work for Rich County." Then we got to find them a place to live.
Yeah.
And that's the real obstacle, is finding them a place to live. I mean, you know, there's just not an awful lot of rentals available, and you know, it's not like deputy can just come in unless they've got another house they can sell somewhere else and have some equity to buy a house. It's pretty difficult to buy a house in Garden City, just, you know, cold turkey, you know, on a deputy salary, and, you know, I mean, it's just not there. So
unless you have a family member you
right.
can move in with.
Exactly.
So I was just recently elected to the Garden City Council, so I start there in January. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
And so I'm very interested in working with the county commission to help work with Garden City to get, you know, to solve that problem. One of the problems is deputies need housing, but other people and other workers need housing. We don't have enough affordable housing, and so I think today or tonight we've got the planning commission there in Garden City's passing a new ordinance for these additional units that might be available for rentals attached to a regular residence. But I've talked to, you know, Mayor Leonhardt, and that's one of our big priorities, is to try to find better ways to be able to incentivize affordable housing. in Garden City because the people are just priced out. And in the summer when all the workers come up, kids to make shakes and burgers, there's no place for them to stay. They're staying illegally in different places, that are Airbnbs without a short-term rental permit, or they're being put into mobile homes or whatever. So we need solutions for that area. And the mayor said that he wants me to be involved with Parks and Recreation, and also with public utilities and roads. So I'm going to be working on that. And I really don't have, knowledge of what all the issues are there, but I'll try to, do my best job to serve and work with the county to help those programs, which would include, the ballparks, and try to generate some more events, softball tournaments, et cetera, to be able to bring more people in and more revenue, hopefully, and improve the look of the town. We've got the Chamber of Commerce, as you probably know, is working with Utah State University to come up with a development plan for Garden City to make it look a little bit more uniform, a little more friendly, and to meet some of the needs that other people need. And they have the architectural department at Utah State University, so Mark Smoot has been chairing that. And so I'll be doing this for the next 4 years, working with you gentlemen, it sounds like, hopefully.
Sounds good. Congratulations about,
I don't know about that.
or sorry, or something, huh?
So one thing, Dan, I just want to clarify. So from 2021 till now, the rates have dropped nearly 40% of what we've collected because growth has just outpaced so fast of what we needed.
Growth and values, right?
Yeah, and so, I mean, the only thing, you don't want, you mentioned raising rates periodically, but if we were to have done that, we'd be collecting, $35 million. We just don't need the money. And so the rates have just dropped, and the portion that everybody has to pay has been less. Now, if there's an economic collapse, that's when it gets really painful because the values drop, but you still need to collect that $13 million, so all of a sudden you're collecting more. And Bill's been here for that. And that's sort of, but right now the rates are low enough, that we've actually reduced them 40% since 4 years ago.
Well, I wasn't talking about raising the rates incrementally every year. I'm talking about kind of increasing the budget.
It has. So it was $7 million the first year I was here 5 years ago, and we're at $13 million.
Yeah.
So we've expanded into it.
Pass-through money in there too.
Sure, but a lot of it isn't. We've been able to do these raises since 5 years. I think employees are up, 15. Some of them are $20 an hour. That's just in 5 years, and we haven't had to raise taxes, and we've been able to do it with that growth, which I think is pretty incredible. We are a very lucky county. Summit County's similar. Washington County's the same. But by far, our next nearest medium tax is Paiute, and they're 20% higher than us. Rich County is the gold standard for low taxes and spending.
Yeah, I had a client call me from Montpelier a couple weeks ago. He said that his house taxes, property taxes, were $5,000, and he's just a handyman. I don't know what kind of house he has, but anyway, he was really upset about things. And I say a client who was just calling for some legal advice. And anyway, I was really shocked to hear that. I didn't realize that Montpelier over the border would have higher property taxes than.
They have a different tax structure.
Yes, so they must have property tax pays for more of the.
Well, they're taxed on 100% of the value of their home. In Utah, if it's your primary residence.
60%?
Yeah, so you get a 45% exemption.
40.
A reduction. Let me just put it because it's your primary residence. Idaho doesn't have. You pay 100% of the value on your home.
Yeah, I know every state has its own way of, getting the money for the government, whether it's sales tax, property tax, income tax, etc. I was surprised.
I'm a fan of sales tax just because it's a consumption tax. It's a voluntary tax. It's not on food. That's exempt. You don't want to tax people for surviving, but that's why we are lucky that we now have that fixed guideway tax, which will give us another $270,000 for for emergency services specifically. That's something we didn't have last year, at least not the full portion. So again, we've been lucky.
That's my philosophy too, kind of user pays. So if you consume, then you should have a higher,
Because you don't have to, it's not something you have to do, that consumption.
And I understand your, thought too, that you don't like the idea of somebody losing their home because they can't pay their property taxes, but I understand that can't happen if they don't pay for 5 years.
Yeah,
But
and even then, there's you just pay your taxes and the sale goes away, But,
redemption or something.
one thing I'm hoping we can work on with the other commissioners, because a lot of these monies we've lobbied for, I'm hoping we can classify short-term rentals differently. You have your primary residence, you have your secondary residence. I would love if transit room rentals, houses were classified as commercial, and taxed at a different rate than just a second home property. Because the burden of rental properties is so much different than just second homes. I mean, there's a lot of families that have a second home that don't rent it out, and they're not a huge burden. And there's some discussion about having a third classification, or at least moving anything that has a short-term rental license into commercial, which is a different rate than primary and secondary home, which I think would buffer a lot of us from any sort of economic collapse.
That's an interesting idea. I'd like to talk about it more offline. So, I'm also on the search and rescue team, and so I work with Dale and his folks and Mike Wahlberg and all those, and we're a ragtag volunteer group, trying to do our best to basically rescue people. And so, I'd like to be an advocate for that. We really need maybe a truck. If you have a surplus old truck, a 1954 truck, that we could haul trailers with, because right now, we got called out Sunday night and for 2 skiers that were stranded up on Swan Flats, and we had no idea how difficult that was going to be. We thought this was going to be easy rescue, and it was not.
Easy for the helicopter.
Yeah, the helicopter came twice.
Yeah.
And eventually had to come back. It got turned back once because of weather. But we tried drones and snowmobiles and snow bikes and snowshoers and skiers. And, if it wasn't for the Utah State University's, outdoor recreation department coming up there all excited, this was something they enjoy doing, and then skinny skiing up over top of a mountain and down into a big hole. She couldn't have been in a worse place to access. But anyway, we fortunately got some grant money for the team. We got a track side by side, and that was very helpful for moving people up the mountain to stage the recovery. But anyway, I'm not asking for any budget money. I'm just pointing that out, that if particularly if we could get a truck, because we have trailers with winter equipment, but we're hauling with our own trucks and using our own snowmobiles, which is okay. I prefer to ride my own snowmobile.
Yeah.
And I'm on the snowmobile team, but I think that with our increased activity, we get more call-outs, especially on the lake in the summer. And a lot of them are for an 8-year-old blonde girl with blue eyes that's last seen on the beach near her mother, and she's wearing a Little Mermaid, bathing suit, and she's found 10 minutes later. There's how many people that fit that description, but they're not that far away. A lot of them, are call-outs and then quickly resolved, but sometimes you have some really serious stuff, like the avalanche last year in Monte Cristo.
So do you think one of these surplus trucks out here would be good enough? One of these old?
I haven't looked at any of your trucks, but yeah, if it runs, and it's an F-150 or something that can, haul one of the rescue trailers, that would be really helpful, because right now we don't have any vehicle. We just haul it with our own.
Those trailers are heavy enough that an F-150 is not quite enough truck.
It's Super Duty.
It
depends on what's in it, I guess.
That extension truck would work.
Yeah.
It's got a big motor.
I think we could help you out. It's not something we've ever thought you needed, so that's good you're here.
I talked to John Carver, and he mentioned that that's one thing we need. He's our commander for the SERD. doing a really good job. And we're trying to recruit more people and get better organized. And, you know, even though a lot of the equipment we use is our own, you know. But when it happens,
Yeah.
it's all hands on deck.
Yep.
So,
I was there Sunday night.
were you?
I was in the ambulance.
Oh.
So,
Did you see the call out from Cache County, all their equipment?
mhm.
I mean, the cavalry came. We finally called them, and they came with tracked vehicles and their ski teams, their snowshoe teams, and
Yeah.
they saved our bacon. Our crew was not well enough staffed to prepare it.
That track side by side may have helped there.
Ours,
That you're getting, yeah.
it did. Yeah, we used that. Steve Willis was our Uber driver for the evening, getting everybody up, and I was on snowmobiles, so
Yeah.
I didn't see you there, but
Yeah, I was in the rig out of the wind.
yeah. And then apparently you took care of her hypothermia, and then she drove home with a soon-to-be
Yeah.
ex-boyfriend.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Any other comments while we're in public hearing? But we do appreciate the search and rescue and volunteer help. County couldn't do it without volunteers,
Thanks.
for sure. Anybody online? And
Nope.
nobody up there, so, okay.
Move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moving second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign, motion carries.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll move that we adopt the following tax rates for 2025 to 2026. The general operations of .000469, the multi-county assessing and collecting .000014, and the local assessing and collecting of .000191.
I second that motion.
okay, moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carried.
I would move that we work with Intermountain Insurance Services to be in private provider coverage with Select Health for medical, Delta Dental for dental and vision, and Hartford for life insurance.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I'll make the motion to adopt the following general fund budget: $13,000,000, $59,455 for revenue and expenditure.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Did you say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries.
I move that we adopt the following 2026 sanitation budget of $1,3,550,000 for revenue and expenditures.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded for the sanitation budget, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt the following increased wages for county employees for 2026. A cost of living wage increase of $3 per hour will be given to part-time and full-time county employees, including elected officials, with the possibility of a market adjustment based on salary surveys. And the starting wage will be increased from $21 to $22.50 per hour.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries.
I move that Rich County pay 100% of the Utah retirement rates for 2026.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries.
I'll make a motion to have Rich County billed for the county sanitation services.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carried.
I'd make a motion that we reauthorize the quarter-cent county option sales tax for 2026.
Second that.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll make a motion that we reauthorize that new sales tax, the fixed guideway tax of 0.03 for 2026.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And I would move that we reauthorize the quarter-cent transportation tax for 2026.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, finally, I'll make a motion to authorize the clerk to make department line item adjustments for this budget, for last year's budget, 2025.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Perfect.
So a $3 increase, on average, $6,000 per year, $500 a month for full-time employees. And moving back to Select Health because they're cheaper. Well, the increase was much less. The deductible is the same. Kind of sucks to migrate again, but it saves us $100 and something thousand. You guys have any questions? You're the only employees in here.
Select Health is cheaper, did you say?
Yeah, less expensive this year. And there were a few concerns where some people have existing conditions that are being treated that we had to make sure that IHC was covered. And some of the other options were similar, but their coverage we were unsure. You know, we tried checking and it was just confusing. So that was actually the primary driving factor.
And the program's similar and
yeah.
Okay. Moving on. Annalisa?
Okay.
Thanks. Annalise
Thanks, Dan.
Peart, Clerk Auditor, just here to talk about have the commissioners review our list of county business licenses that we'll be working on this week, sending out renewals for. Where's that?
Where did it go? Right here.
Yeah. So I've got each of you a list of them. I just wanted to ask that you would review them and double check that the that you agree with what the rates are and if you have any questions to bring them to my attention.
I don't have any questions. What was your question?
I wanted to make sure I fully understood what constituted a $25 license versus a $50 license. I had understood it to be a little bit more than just based on working out of your home or not. It had to do with whether or not it made an impact. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that for this upcoming year and make sure that you agree with all of them the way they are set, or if we need to make some changes or adjustments or just go standard or go the same across the board. The hard part that's confusing sometimes is knowing how much to charge them when we get approved.
I wouldn't be afraid or opposed to making them all the same, but
Make them all $50 and just business license is one price. I think we'd have to, last time we messed around with it, we had to do a public hearing.
yeah, we'd have to. Why did it come out this way, Bill? The 25 and the 50?
Just because of the fact that if you it was just an in-home business, if you just operated it out of your home, there was no county impact.
They were 25.
And they were 25, and that if you're if it was out of your home, there was county impact basically on either roads or infrastructure or something to that effect. And that, I mean, they've been that way for many, many years. Most counties right now, if you did an overall survey, business licenses are anywhere from $500 to $1,000. We're pretty low.
I recommend maybe changing the application. So at the very end, when you do your approvals, there's like a little spot to check, 25 or 50. We've got it in writing. We don't have to make any guesswork based on your approvals.
Yeah, that's easy enough. Did, like, the chairman just like signs real quick and check marks and gives it to you?
Yeah, like when we
That way
they
you
fill
pull
out
it
the
out and be like, "Oh,
application,
this is $50."
you sign it, you mark which one it is based on impact, and then we always have it in writing, and so there's no confusion and switching of rates, and so that it's fair and equal.
Yeah.
Or we can move them all to 25 since there's only like 10, or 50 since there's only like 10. From here on out, you just grandfather these ones in.
And we could, while we're doing it, maybe look at raising it up to $100 or something.
Yeah, $50 is pretty cheap.
I don't know. Let's think about it. And
Okay,
And
I
well,
am,
But
this
she's
is the
she's-
week.
She's doing the billing,
Yeah.
so that's the thing. She's sending out the
Yeah.
billings for it.
So I would bill them as is.
Okay.
And then, let's put this on like follow-up. I have a follow-up list. But I don't think anything's gonna change, so, right?
yeah.
Send them out there.
Okay, build them as is, and we'll follow up with for future. Meanwhile, I will change the application form a little bit,
Yeah, just add a
and
checkbox.
that would help a lot. So,
Okay.
okay, thank you. That's all I need. I don't think I need a motion unless you need to approve these as they are.
Nope.
So,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
God, it's
Yeah.
kinda cool to see this list out, thanks, Randall. So,
Yeah.
I've never seen all of them.
I haven't either. Come on up, Kaya.
Kaya Bowden, Rich County Recorder, here for a follow-up from last month's commission meeting. So basically, I am just as caught up as I was last month, which is caught up, so there's that. I also wanted to bring up last month's commission meeting because I do not agree with the way that it was held. And I've been doing some research on it in the past month, and the state of Utah agrees with me. So,
Agrees with you in how?
the way that the meeting was held. For starters, the meeting violated the UOPMA, Utah Open Public Meetings Act.
No, it didn't. It absolutely did not.
I will get to that. I have a list here. For starters, the title on the agenda was a violation of that act. The title of that agenda regarding me stated, Resolution of Appointment of a County Representative. I was not appointed, I was elected. That is an infactual statement, and it needs to be reasonably specific according to the act. I should have been on there. My name should have been on there, and I should have been given proper notice where that meeting had to do with me.
That was a meeting between those requesting to be on the agenda to bring their issues before the county commission.
Correct. And it regarded me.
Their issues were regarding your office and not being able to get anything out of your office. So they went past you to the commission. They had been to your office many times.
And a lot of those issues were issues that had stemmed from when I wasn't even a county employee.
Well, their frustration was that they were not getting their issues resolved. So they come to the county commission.
And the issues of one of the individuals I had no knowledge about.
Well, they brought them to us and then we brought them to you, didn't we?
Yeah, but I can't fix an issue that I don't know about.
Well,
Especially when it does not It is not my fault. It didn't have anything to do with any county employee and happened when I was in the first grade.
So is a county commission an open meeting?
Yeah,
Is a commission agenda something that anybody can get on and present their problem
and
about a county?
yes, and I don't disagree with that.
Okay, you said it was a violation. It was not a violation.
It was.
It was
because
not.
It was regarding my office, my reputation, which
They did not request to meet with you. They requested to meet with us.
you are correct. But again, where it had to do with my office, I should have been made aware of that, according to this act. And I should.
I don't know if according to the act you should have, but I think you're absolutely right that we probably should have made a better effort to get you into the meeting. You weren't at the executive meeting at 9 a.m., so we couldn't talk about it. We couldn't find you. By that time, we were involved in the meeting. But I don't disagree that we should have went and came and got you while that meeting was going so that you could have explained yourself. I don't disagree with that. What are your other concerns so we can make it through that?
A lot of the other concerns that I had to do with, like I said, the misinformation that was given that happened when I was not even a county employee. That could have been easily resolved had the commission come and talk to me. Because I know, because you had admitted to me in the closed meeting that you did speak to these individuals, so you knew what the meeting was about on some basis, maybe not specifics, but a lot of the issues could have been resolved had a commission member come and spoken with me, and they could have been resolved right then and there.
Yeah, I think discussing it in a public meeting was part of the process that needed to happen to
And I don't disagree
to
with
where
that.
we are right now. You know, the overall performance of elected officials in the courthouse and showing up to work and doing things like that. So I think that was a culmination of a lot of things coming together at one moment.
And I don't disagree with that, but again, had there been some prior knowledge, for
Yeah.
lack of better words,
Well, according to them, they were trying to talk to you and they couldn't get a hold of you.
and I had both of those individuals in my office prior, and I had explained to them the situation
Yeah.
before they'd even talk to you guys.
Okay.
My hands were tied, which I did explain to them, and they had come to you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, what else you got?
Well, I also, I mean, this is kind of stemming from not being notified of the meeting. The fact that I was not allowed on the live feed to defend myself, I think was unethical. It was a closed meeting.
It wasn't a closed meeting.
It was,
We did not have a closed meeting. We had adjourned out of commission meeting.
right, and
You come walking in and said, can we talk about this?
no, John had come to me because he had texted me when they were in the meeting, and I said, that is incorrect, that is incorrect, that is incorrect. So he had come to me and said, would you like to come in and discuss this after the commission meeting was adjourned?
Well,
It sounds like I tried to get you in here, you know. I don't think, I think the path of saying that we did something illegal is just silly. I don't think we don't have any obligation to let anyone know what's going on beyond the agenda item. You know, we don't need to come fetch you if somebody wants to talk about you. There's nothing in the law that says that. That being said, best practice is we probably should have came and got you. At that point, we were kind of just tired of hearing about it, you know? And so it was, I think, a little pressure is what was needed, and I'm glad we're talking about it now. Because this last month, people have told me that it's easier to reach you, you know, that your office there's somebody in there now. And it's been a lot easier to deal with the public just by having some consistency in there. Now, I don't know if that stemmed from that meeting, but it definitely happened after the meeting. And that was kind of the whole point. So I don't disagree that we maybe could have done things better, but the point of the meeting wasn't to do things better, it was to solve a problem. And the follow-up right now is to see if the problem was solved. So far, I mean, I thought we were gonna go into this meeting feeling fine, you know, because I've had good feedback.
Since that meeting.
Yeah, but I also acknowledge that you are frustrated, you know, and there's not.
to be honest, I did feel a little blindsided, and it would have been nice to have been invited into that meeting, because I probably shouldn't talk about feelings, but I felt that I was not welcome into the meeting. Yes, like you said, Bill, it was an open meeting. I had every right to be there. However, I did not feel welcome into that meeting to defend myself.
Yeah. Well, we want you to succeed, and this is not us against you. It's just us all trying to figure out what we can do to enable you to feel successful, and that the community gets served in the way they need to. I mean, it's like I said, I feel like you've done pretty good this last month, and I haven't heard any complaints, and I'm grateful that you've done that. I feel like it stemmed from that meeting. I feel bad that your feelings were hurt, but I've learned a lot of times. Sometimes my feelings have to be hurt for me to like do things different. So,
and I know that some of those people that were here didn't know that your office couldn't do what they needed to be done. And until you were there and talked to them and pointed them in the right direction, they didn't know where to go to get fixed.
And I had multiple times, like I stated, they were in my office prior to the commission meeting, and this had all been explained to them.
Right.
So.
Yeah, we've been around and around on that one.
It's one of those, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't force it to drink situations.
well, and I think you need to know that there's nothing personal about this. This is all service level related. You know, the residents just need service. Has nothing to do with, you know, whether we like you or not. That's all separate. It's just related to your office as a public servant.
And and I'm not looking at it from that aspect, but I do believe that I should have been invited into that meeting, and I should not have been blindsided. A lot of those issues could have been fixed, and when those individuals came in, it could have been laid out, this, and this.
Yeah, there was some oversight on everyone's part for sure. So the follow-up items for November's commission meeting, I was hoping that you'd give us a little report on how many you've served and how's it gone the last month.
I have gotten the individuals that had come in with their grievances. They have been taken care of.
You don't have any backlog. At least you don't feel like you have.
Nope. I am still getting up to date on my segs, but those are not due until January 1st of 2026, so I am not behind on those. I'm within my 2-week grace period for name changes. Just pretty much the same as I was last month. Last month I believe I was 3 weeks behind, but that was an hour's worth of work to get caught up. So.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm glad to hear that. I know I don't think I've got a call this past month about that office, and I had had several prior, so that's a good thing. We've moved in the right direction there.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that your office is caught up,
and I think we could make it, you know, we can commit to, if you're on the agenda, to inviting you. But I think it's really important for me to reiterate what Bill said. We don't have to. You know?
No, you don't have to. I agree with that.
But it would be nice of us, and I think we can do that going forward.
Again, we shouldn't talk about feelings, but I feel like that would show a more united front as a county.
Yeah. Well, we weren't united last month. I didn't want to be united. I was kind of just bugged, to be honest. And I'm trying really hard not to be bugged right now. But what we were trying to solve, I feel like got solved. And I feel bad that we didn't invite you into that meeting. So the two things are true. You know, I feel like we got something out of it that was good, and we should have invited you, and I'm sorry we didn't.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that's all I had.
Okay. Thanks for coming in, giving us a report.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? That's all on the agenda.
We just need to pause for executive session.
Yeah. We'll have a motion.
Is that our last item?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that we move into executive session with Sheriff Stacy to discuss personnel
Second that motion.
in Rich County, Utah. We have to be specific at 2:19 p.m.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay,
Second.
Hold on a second.